Hi, besties. How are we doing today? Um, my internet says that it's being weird, so I really hope that the quality is okay. I don't think we're gonna do an ambient room today. I think we're just gonna do like a timer, because I don't want my internet to just be crazy for everybody. I hope that it's okay. But let me know what you're reading in chat. I'm so excited. I'll be honest, I'm not in a huge mood to read this morning, but if anyone can put me in the mood to read, it's you guys. So I have some options and I need y'all's help to pick like what I want to read. I might switch back and forth a little bit. But I need y'all's help to figure out like what I want to start with for my book. Also, please let me know if the quality of this is okay because I'm a little bit worried about it. But let me know what you're reading in chat. How's your Sunday going? If you celebrated Thanksgiving, how was your Thanksgiving? Hi, I just saw an Instagram post about the third book in the Fourth Wing series, and it says January of 2024. But when I checked Goodreads, it said December 2024. I feel like it would be way too close together if it were January of 2024, and that's when book 3 of the Crescent City series comes out. So I can't imagine that she would want her third fantasy book to come out at the same time as like a Sarah J. Maas book. I feel like that would be a difficult move. So I think it's December of 2024. That would be my guess. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I tried something different with the thumbnail. I wanted it to feel Christmassy. We are in our Christmas mood at this point since Thanksgiving is over. Hi, Nicola. I'm going to be reading the final book in the Carvel series finale. I'm absolutely loving it. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I love the Carvel series so much. Stephanie Garber is just, she can't do any wrong in my book. Still reading Iron Flame starting part 2. Hi, Kelsey. It's my first time joining your sprints. I'm reading Jade City by Fonda Lee. I hope you love it. That book is such a favorite for so many people, and thank you so much for joining. Hi, Bailey. You're a little blurry, but it's not bad. Okay, I hope that it improves as we keep going. I don't know. It says that my internet is like, it keeps flicking between like unstable and good, so I hope that it figures itself out in due time. Hello, I just finished Before the Coffee Gets Cold, 3 stars unfortunately, but starting Yours Truly by Abby Jimenez, and I'm so excited. Okay, good. I'm glad that it's like, okay. Hello, hi Jennifer. Hi, I'm reading a Sarah McLean historical and being Delulu about not doing work that I have to do for school this week. Love that for you. Absolutely. I'm being Delulu. I've had this whole weekend off of work. I had like Thursday off for Thanksgiving, and then I have today off as well, which is so exciting. I usually always have to work on Sundays, and I'm just being Delulu about like what I'm gonna have to do when I go back to work. I'm just gonna pretend that it's not gonna be busy. You know what I mean? Hello. I'm having some lunch and getting into Little Women. I love that. That readathon looks literally so much fun. Honestly, don't want to even move or do anything until Crescent City 3 is out. I feel you. Hello. I'm reading Christmassy books. Love that. Just finished 25 Reasons to Hate Christmas and Cowboys. What should I read next? Thinking maybe Love Light Farms. I have Love Light Farms on my on my Libby. I'm just waiting for my hold to come in. I've been like delaying it a couple times because it started to show up in November, and I was like, I'm not ready for this yet. I also have Tessa Bailey's Wreck the Halls, which I've heard good things about as well. Reading Fourth Wing finally. Oh my gosh. I hope you love it. Reading Queen of Shadows, and I'm bored, but also obsessed. I feel like, let me think. I loved Heir of Fire. I think Heir of Fire was my favorite in the Throne of Glass series. I'm still not done with it. I'm on Empire of Storms, but I'm really nervous for it because everyone says that like Empire of Storms isn't their favorite, and I'm not doing like the tandem read. But Queen of Shadows, a lot happens as you're like getting more and more into the book. I feel like there were so many plot twists that just hit you at like random points in the book. Oh my gosh, I have this on my TBR cart, and I was thinking about reading it either in December or in January because I'm trying to figure out what my December TBR is going to be. But I think it's by Ava Reed, and I love her so much. I'm so excited to read more of her books. Hello, reading the first Eddie Flynn series by Steve Kavanaugh, The Defense. Good morning, Kristen. I'm reading Daughter of the Forest, and I think it just might be my best book of the year. We love finding our best book of the year towards the end of the year. Like, nothing hits more. That is amazing. Just finished work. I'm going home. We'll probably try to finish The Martian. About to read Kingdom of Ash for the first time. I'm so nervous. It's going to be fine. It's going to be great. Isn't that like 1,000 pages too? No worries. That's what I get when I try to type while eating an ice cream and love that. What kind of ice cream? Now when I typed iron is iron. Yeah, no, it's fine. I knew what you meant. Oh my gosh, a snowy morning. I so wish that it was snowy here. I have my my Christmas cup that says Santa Paws on it. Trying to manifest the snowiness. Spending the snowy morning seeing how far I can get in Blood and Steel for the book club. I started it yesterday. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I ended up reading it a lot faster than I thought I was going to. Because it's like kind of a chunkier book. It's like 500-ish pages. I finished it yesterday and oh my gosh, it's so good. I really want to jump into the second book. And so many people have said like, oh my gosh, you're gonna want to jump into the second book right away. But actually, let me ask this question to y'all now so we have some time to decide. What should I read today? I'm really torn, and I might switch back and forth, but let me know which book I should start with. So I have Ashes and the Star-Cursed King, and I have God Killer by Hannah Kaner. Both of these are on my November TBR. I'm trying to squeeze them in before the end of the month. I am like 10 pages into this. I started it last night, and I only read like the prologue. Yeah, I think I only read the prologue and not the first chapter. So I have Ashes. And then God Killer, which I've heard absolutely amazing things. I feel like this is such a good wintry fantasy book. So I do have this, and I have the audio for this as well. So let me know, please, your opinions on what I should read, what I should start with. Oh my gosh. Okay, this makes me feel better because I feel like so many people were like, Empire of Storms is not it. Like, do the tandem read. That's the only way I got through it. And I'm like, I don't want to read 2 600-page books at the same time. I don't think my brain could really handle that. Hello, I'll be reading Iron Gold by Pierce Brown. Oh my gosh, Pierce Brown. I've heard amazing things. Hopefully going to be finishing A Power Unbound by Freya Marsk, the last book in the Binding trilogy. Favorite book of the year was the very first book I read in 2023. When that happens too, it's like, okay, this is going to be such an amazing reading year. I haven't been able to top it since. So what was it? Don't leave us on a cliffhanger. Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to join on some sprints. I'm reading Once Upon a River. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I love your channel. Thank you for joining. It was a blueberry flavored ice cream. Oh my gosh, that sounds incredible. Currently reading The Holiday Switch by Tiff Marcello. Ashes. Okay, 1 vote for Ashes. Lexi. Another. Okay, perfect. Ashes. God Killer, because I need to know if I should read it. I think what I'm going to do. Ashes. Okay, I will start with Ashes. I think I'm going to try to make it to the first 50, read through the first 50 pages if there's like a chapter around there. That's where I'll stop. And then I'm going to decide how I'm feeling if I want to continue with it. Oh, actually, maybe page 60 because that's the start of part 2. So we'll start with this one and then I'll see how I'm feeling and if I want to switch to God Killer. But God Killer will definitely be in a vlog. So you will know whether or not to read it. All right, let's get into our first sprint. I'm thinking let's start with kind of a longer one because I'm not in like a super ready mood that I feel like sitting down to do like a longer sprint will really get my mind in the right place. Oh my gosh, I loved Addie LaRue. Plus I read it while in Paris, so it added to the vibes. That's the most incredible thing I've ever heard. I love that. I love Addie LaRue so much. Okay. We will start with a 40-minute sprint. I will hopefully eventually try to switch to an ambient room when my internet decides to stop freaking out a little bit. But we will start with 40 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hi everyone, welcome back. Sorry, I'm just finishing one sentence. How was everyone's sprint? How much did we read? Let me take this down. I'm loving Ashes. Let me see how many pages I read. I read 38 pages. I'm loving it. I love that. So I loved Six Scorched Roses a lot, and I was so excited to see like the characters from that book in the second book of the Crowns of Nyaxia series. And they come in like almost right away. I was so happy to see that. All right, let's see. Sorry, I have to scroll up a little bit. Yes. No, I haven't read Iron Flame yet. I read Fourth Wing. I think Iron Flame is going to be on my December TBR. I had to wait for the hype to die down a little bit because I found I was just getting like really stressed about it. But I do plan on reading it soon, and it will have its own dedicated reading vlog in Bookmas. Addie LaRue is so good. I know that like some people have mixed opinions on it because it is a fairly slow-paced book, but if you love a character-driven story and you don't mind that it's something that's more slow-paced, I think you'll absolutely love it. It's one of my like best books of all time. Hello, thanks for joining. That's okay. A bit busy for the next hour, but I'll be reading The Shape of Night by Tess Gerritsen. Oh my gosh, Empire of Storms. Hi, Cami. Oh my gosh, horseback riding lessons. That's so fun. When did you start those? I used to horseback ride, nothing like serious. But I used to do it in the summers because I'm from like a very farmy town in Massachusetts, and it's so much fun. Horses are so gorgeous. 36 pages. Got home, made some dinner, maybe read 5 pages. That's okay. You were being very productive. 130 pages left of finale. Oh my gosh, that's when everything happens. No reading, but finished editing a video. These are productivity sprints as well. I spent the sprint reading over my benefits info for my new job. That's important. I had a feeling you'd like Ashes more than the first. Yeah, I'm curious if I will, where I kind of land with it. I do like, there's just a lot of like emotional trauma being unpacked right now in the beginning. And I do like that. I think it'll be interesting. Okay, that's good to know, because Serpent wasn't my favorite Carissa Broadbent book. I still thought it was really good. Like, I gave it 4 stars, but almost all of her other books have been 5 stars for me, and I gave Six Scorched Roses 5 stars as well. So I'm really hoping that the characters from Six Scorched Roses will continue to show up and play a big role in Ashes. And I'm curious to see when Carissa Broadbent's going to release her next like duet, because I think this is going to be the Nightborn or Crowns of Nyaxia series is going to be like 3 duet books. I'm very curious about that. 55 pages, that was a really good sprint. 50 pages. It's a historical romance and the dialogue is sparkling. I've highlighted like 10 things already. I love that. Decided to start reading the fine print instead. I'm already loving it. Read 33 pages. Just joined. What are you reading? I am reading The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King by Carissa Broadbent. 231 pages into Lessons in Chemistry. 5-star. I think really enjoying it. I need to read this. Didn't they make this into a TV show? Or like maybe there's like a spin-off TV show, but I haven't read it, and I've seen it everywhere, obviously, for so long. It's like a similar book to The 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. It's just like one of those like really, really popular books that's been around for a little while, and I haven't read either of them. Just started last month. It's so fun. I love it. Just got in. Oh, welcome. What are you going to be reading? Why can't the book only be happy for more than a chapter? My heart can't take it. Hi, Alva. Just joined the sprint. Was reading Throne of the Fallen, but will most likely switch to Ballad of Never After, trying to finish it today. Oh my gosh, that's so stunning. I have yet to read Throne of the Fallen. I know my friend Katie read it and really loved it. I'm just so like, I think that Carrie Maniscalco's writing is good. Like, it's easy to read and it's entertaining, but it's not like the best writing in the whole world. And her characters are very like so for me. And so when I saw that Throne of the Fallen was 600 or like very close to 600 pages, I was like, I don't know if I can take like 600 pages of this, but I do want to get to it eventually. I think it's just not a priority for me, like within the end of the year. But her writing is very fun. And the fact that Throne of the Fallen is, wait, am I thinking of the right book? Throne of the Fallen. Um, the fact that her last book is much more like adult. Hold on, I'm looking up Throne of the Fallen. I might be just like talking about the completely wrong book. No, I'm I'm correct. The fact that it's adult, I think, is really interesting because her spice be spicing. 8% into the defense. It's an easy, fast-paced read. Love that. Hello, welcome. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Currently rereading Flawless. Oh, I want to start that series. TV show on Apple TV, not seen, well worth reading. Got it. Hi, Sophie. Just joined. Need to finish Throne of the Fallen too. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. The writing definitely feels more mature, in my opinion. That's good, at least. Like, the feedback that I heard was that it was very spicy, but the writing still seemed quite YA, but that was like one person's opinion. So the fact that if the writing seems a bit more mature and then there's like the lovely spice that's thrown in there, that makes me a little bit more hopeful. I'm starting 3 Swedish Men on my Kindle, which I think will be a cozy winter season book on chapter 3 right now. Love that. Hello, almost done with Lock Up Your Door by Riley Sager and About to Eat Dinner. Love. I really liked, I'm trying to think. I've read a couple Riley Sager books and he's not my favorite in the whole world, but I did like Lock Up Your Door. I liked the twist at the end of that one. I've read all her books. I think this has by far been the easiest to get into. Stayed up late last night to read 40% of it. If that means anything, it definitely does. When you have to stay up and you're like, I'm so tired, but I need to keep reading this book. That's the best feeling. That's what was happening to me with Blood and Steel. And I'm trying to decide if I want to put in, I think the second book is Vows and Ruins or something like that. I'm trying to decide if I want to read that in December. All right. Would we like to get into another sprint? And also let me know, do we want to do another 40-minute? Do we want it to be a little bit shorter? I was thinking of making it just a little bit shorter and maybe do like 35 minutes. Let me know what y'all think. I might adjust our timer down a little. Or did we like 40 minutes? I do want to say, like, when I first started these sprints, I was like, I'm not really in the reading mood. Like, I don't know what I feel like reading. I'm not sure. And y'all have put me in the reading mood, and I'm very excited to get back into reading. So thank you. Okay, perfect. 35 sounds good. Okay, I've adjusted to 35. We'll pop this back up. Happy reading, everyone. Hi, welcome back. How did everybody do? I read up to part 2 in Ashes. I think like 60, I'm on page 65. And I'm loving it. It's so good. But I am buddy reading this with my bestie Sarah. So I'm just waiting for her to let me know if we're gonna read any more today, because now I'm like a little bit ahead of her. So I might switch to God Killer for this next reading sprint. But how is that for all of y'all? How are your books? Give me the updates. How are we feeling? I had like a rush of sleepiness just like hit me during that reading sprint, and so I went to refresh my coffee. I made another one, and it's very yummy. Let's see. I just started Going Rogue by Janet Evanovich. Her 29th book in the Stephanie Plus series. I don't know if I could read a series. It's 29 books. That is wild. Hi bestie. Just trying to decide if I want to play my Switch or be productive and actually read. I say read a little bit, like read the next 30 pages and then see how you're feeling. And if you want to play on your Switch after that, definitely do that. But let me know how Cult of the Lamb is. Okay, last night I was playing Zelda Breath of the Wild, as I have been. And I was looking at this game, Cult of the Lamb. Sarah's playing it. Cass from Covers with Cassidy told me about it. And then I think my friend Serena had like recommended it as well. And I was like this close to buying it. It's on sale. It's almost like 50% off. It's only $18 on the Switch right now. And I was like, should I get it? And then I chickened out last night. But I might get it today. I don't know. But the last thing that I need to distract me from like all of my end of the year reading is a new video game that I'm going to become obsessed with. You know what I mean? Hi, Ellen. Joining a little late, but happy to be here. I'm reading Behind the Net by Stephanie Archer. That sounds like a hockey romance. 32 pages. It's so good. 100 pages left of finale. It's so good. I'm loving Jax. Oh my gosh. You need to read, like, after you finish finale, you need to read Once Upon a Broken Heart because you will love Jax even more. I did not read, but I will this next sprint. LOL, catching up on Ashes. Hee hee. Okay, perfect. Read 46 pages. I have like 20 pages left until the end. Oh my gosh. We're just like finishing books around here. Read 30 pages. Only read 3%. 3% is amazing. It's better than 0%. I think this is going to be a 5-star read, which love that for me. I love that for you as well. Yeah, you're reading Fourth Wing. Yeah, Fourth Wing was a 5-star for me. The way that I was so obsessed with that book and then like the book hangover that I got afterwards, it was crazy. Read another 40 pages of Wicked and the Wallflower by Sarah McLean. And I'm really liking it. The hero is so swoon-worthy. Oh my gosh, love that. Another 55 pages. I'm reading Unsettled Ground by Claire Fuller for a work book club. I'm definitely pushing myself to read it, literary fiction, but all I want to read is romance books. Maybe like switch off between like a romance book. I don't know if you like to read multiple books at a time, but do like a couple chapters of your romance book, a couple chapters of your lit fic book. But I love lit fic. I love a character-driven story, and I feel like lit fic tends to do a lot of like character studies. Like probably the weirdest one that I read this year was Big Swiss. And it was so weird, but the characters were so unique. I loved it. I thought it was a really fun experience. What else have I read? I read Siren Queens also this year, which is a lit fic. Cleopatra and Frankenstein, which I really loved. I actually have I can't think of the name of it. It's on my TBR cart, which is why I'm looking over there. But it's a lit fic about two best friends that have like a really, really toxic friendship. It's called like Off with Their Heads or something. And I've been like meaning to read it for so long, and I've just been putting it off because I have been absolutely binge reading fantasy books for the past like couple months. But lit fic can be fun. Maybe that one's just not the best. I don't know. I've never heard of Unsettled Ground. Hello, joining late today. That's okay. I've only got 4.5 hours left of Emily Wilde. Oh my gosh, that's so fun. Jax is my everything. Jax is my baby. I love him so much. He can like, he has free reign. I love him. Always reading hockey romances during your sprints lately. I love it. I haven't read a hockey romance in a while, but I really want to read what's it called? Wildflower. It's like the second book in the Icebreaker series. I really want to read that soon. Working on assignments, but nearly done. And then reading a new Ava Chase arc I just got. Nice. Read another 25 pages of fine print. Hi, Julie. Just got here half an hour on the timer. Well, we started that sprint. It was only 35 minutes, so you got there pretty much for the whole sprint. Started a new book. First time reading Escaping from Houdini by Carrie Maniscalco. Finished Hunting Prince Dracula by her last night. I need to read that series by Carrie Maniscalco. Words. I have only read her Kingdom of the Wicked series, and I did really love the romance that were in those books, but I've heard really, really good things about the like Stalking Jack the Ripper series. Cult of the Lamb is so good. Okay, yeah, I need to play it, but here's the thing. I feel like this year I've really gotten back into gaming, like on my Switch, and I love it so much, but like gaming takes up so much time, especially when I get like super obsessed with the game. And I'm trying to be a good nugget and like balance it with my reading and stuff like that. So I just basically have two of the most time-consuming hobbies because I just love gaming so much. And I'm trying to be disciplined with myself and be like, we have so many books that we need to read before the end of the year. I'm doing Bookmas as well, so I have like a lot of content coming out in December. There's going to be a video every other day until Christmas Eve. So I'm like, I can't buy a new game. That's so irresponsible. Like I need to be focusing on my books, but I will be purchasing Cult of the Lamb because it just looks absolutely adorable. And I love that it has like some farming sim, but then also you get to like battle bosses and stuff, and you get to have your own cult and you're this cute little lamb. The illustration style in that game looks incredible. Like it just looks so cute. I like to play games while listening to an audiobook. Stardew Valley is great for that. Yes, absolutely. If you want a darker Stardew game, I recommend Graveyard Keeper. Okay. Y'all are gonna put me on a spiral of like new games. Graveyard Keeper. I started playing, what's it called? Cozy Grove, and I did really like that game while I was listening to audiobooks, but I found I just got kind of bored with it pretty quickly. Because it's like a hide and seek game, and it was really cute, and the illustration style is so cute, and the stuff that you have to do for the bears is adorable. Maybe I'll return to it eventually, but I just found I was kind of like losing my steam with that game. Sorry, I'm just putting Graveyard Keeper in my phone so I remember I need to have like a wish list of games that I want to buy. Cute. I'm switching to a nonfiction book with my romance, and I am just in the mood for romance right now. I don't blame you. I'm always in the mood for romance. Reading Pride and Prejudice. First time reading Jane Austen. Oh my gosh, good luck. I think it'll be a good one. Pride and Prejudice is, I feel like, too, if you've watched the movie for Pride and Prejudice, you have a good idea of like what the characters look like how the scenes would play out and stuff like that. Finished my homework, now I'm making dinner, and then I can finally get into bed and read. Oh my gosh, love that for you, Sarah. I want to read some sports romances. I love billionaire romances, 100%. I love the whole Twisted series. I need to read like King of Wrath, like anything Anna Huang. I feel like she writes such good rich people romances. I also really loved Magnolia Parks because that's also like a rich people romance, but it's kind of giving like Gossip Girl, very privileged teenager vibes, whereas it's different if they're like more adult, you know what I mean? But sports romances, I loved Icebreaker. I'm not a huge like sports romance person. I dabbled in it a little bit this year, but Icebreaker was like one of my absolute favorites. I loved it so much. And the second book just came out really recently. I'm trying to think if there was any other sports romances that I read that I liked, but none come to mind right now. Page 270 of Lessons in Chemistry, making progress. Love RPG and sim games. Absolutely. 100%. I have Graveyard Keeper on my wish list. I want to buy it. BRB, will I check if it's on sale? So many games, like if you're looking at getting new like Switch games, so many of them are on sale this weekend for like Black Friday deals. They're like 40% off or something. It's so crazy. Until December 3rd. Okay. I'll probably, like, buy it and then just, like, try not to play it. I don't know. I read Lauren Asher's Dreamland Billionaires series. Yeah, I haven't read anything yet by Lauren Asher, but I know that she's so popular. Like, the Fine Print series is a big one. Do it, I do it. 6.99, that is not bad. Okay, how are we feeling about another sprint, y'all? I feel like we're getting very derailed on playing video games. We will do, I think, another 35 minutes, and I think I'm gonna switch to God Killer and start this audiobook. Start this audiobook for a little bit. So let's get into our next sprint. 35 minutes on the clock. I own the first 2 King of books, and I really want to get to at least one of them in December. I love Anna Huang's writing style. I think that she is so good. Do it! We encourage each other to buy cute games. All right, happy reading, everybody. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. How did we do? I had a good sprint, but I didn't read very much. I read 20 pages of God Killer. I'm just looking for something I can use as a bookmark. And I'm definitely liking it so far. The writing style is pretty good. I'm curious to continue getting into it, but this physical book is beautiful. Like the chapter heads. Let me see if I can show you one. I just really like the little like illustrations, and the map is really pretty too. But during that sprint, I remembered, so today, it's a little bit late actually, but I just posted our December book club poll, so we get to vote on what book we're reading in December, and I'm so excited for, like, honestly, any of these picks, if they win, I'm going to be very, very excited. So if you're part of the book club, or if you would like to be, we're voting on our book right now. The poll is up for 3 days, and it's linked in the description box below. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. But how is that sprint for everybody? Let's see. Scroll up a little bit. 56% into Whispers of You. Hi, Eve. Just joining. I'm going to be reading Priory of the Orange Tree. Oh my gosh, that is one of my absolute favorite books of all time. You are in for a ride, my friend. It is incredible. Just finished The Martian. It was a fun book. Now I'll probably read Sharp Ends by Joe Abercrombie. 40 pages. Christy, you are like flying through. Like, you are having really good reading sprints today. 10 pages of Sharp Ends. 5 pages watching TV series with the fam. Nice. 5% made some dinner. What did you make for dinner? Read 25 pages. I got to part 2 of Ashes. It's so good already. I'm obsessed with Araya and Rain's dynamic right now. Yeah, they have a lot going on. I'm enjoying it as well. I'm very curious to see where it's going to go and how it's going to like end off. It's really fun. Just finished the book. I think it'll be 4 stars because the first half took me like 3 weeks, and then the second half one day. Yeah, sometimes you have books where like there's a very distinct difference between the first half and the second half. Read 32 pages and 100 pages overall. That's so good. 23 pages. I had to call my friend. I'm only 15 pages, and I'm so confused. I called her, and she told me it took her like 300 pages to actually begin to understand the storyline. Wait, what? Prior to the Orange Tree? No, it doesn't take that long. So, like, Priory is a multi-POV, like, epic fantasy. So there's characters that are seemingly unconnected to each other because they're in like completely different parts of the world, and they all have like their own things going on, but then it does come together once you get towards like the middle to the end of the book. But it's so good. Just like don't overthink it. Like, just read each chapter, and it's going to be like different characters each chapter, and they all have like their own like purposes and missions going on and things that they're trying to accomplish, and just like vibe with it. It is it's really well written. Like, I don't think it's going to take you that 300 pages to like know what's going on. At least that wasn't my experience. No reading, ate lunch, played with one of my fur babies, went and got a cool rock from our biggest shed to bring up from somewhere inside the house. Maybe that's so fun. Instant noodles with a fried egg, so nothing fancy. I love that. I do that all the time. Or I'll do like a soy sauce egg. Like, I'll do a hard-boiled egg, soak it in soy sauce, and put it in. So good. 6%. Blood and Steel keeps getting better and better. I loved Blood and Steel. I know like some of the feedback was that the romance starts kind of quickly, but like that's what I was there for, is like the romance. I feel like the romance and the plot go hand in hand with each other. Like, the romance is not the subplot of Blood and Steel. It's definitely one of the forefront factors of the story, and I loved it so much. I love Wilder Hawthorne. I think he's such a hottie McHotster. Fur babies. 20 pages left. Have not been able to put this book down. Stephanie Garber, like, she has suspense and cliffhangers throughout her entire books. Like, every chapter ends on a cliffhanger, but the last 100 pages are absolutely insane. Priory is definitely long, but it was one of my favorite world building books this year. I'm so excited to make book 2. Excited to make book 2 as my yearbook for 2024. Yes, I have Day of Fallen Night as well. I'm trying to read it in December, and it's funny because last year I read Priory, I think towards the end of the year as well. I want to say I read Priory last November, and I just love it so much. Samantha Shannon does such a good job. Like, her characters have my entire heart and soul. I love them. Came in late, but plan to rewatch this video to a book that I have to finish. I only have 10 long chapters left. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome in. We're still doing, we'll probably do like 1 or 2 more sprints, I'm thinking. I'm excited to sprint with you guys a little bit longer today because usually I have to work on Sundays, but I don't have to log into work today, which is so nice. Yes, I think I'm going to stick for our next sprint. I'm going to stick with God Killer. The audiobook wasn't my favorite in the prologue. Like, I started listening to the author and I was like, I started listening to the narrator and I was like, I don't know if her reading style is for me because she takes so many pauses when she's reading. It's so jarring at first. Like, she was reading like, this is one sentence. Her father fell in love with the god of the sea. But this narrator read it like, her father fell in love with a god of the sea. And I was like, Bessie, there are not periods in between like all of these little words. Like, just read the sentence like normal. So I want to keep listening to the audiobook to see if it's like getting better, if I like this narrator. If I don't like the narrator, that's going to be really sad because I wanted to have God Killer as like an audiobook. It's a short book. It's less than 300 pages. It's 290 pages, but the font in here is so tiny and small that I'm like, I wanted the audiobook so that I didn't have to like look at these pages. I could not. This is why I speed up. I do have it sped up. I have it on like 1.8 and I could probably push it up to 2 times speed, but it's like, why are you reading like that? Like, I've never experienced a narrator that like reads so staccato. It's like so punctuated that it doesn't even make any sense. And she treats a comma like a period. And I'm like, bestie, no. Oh no, I have the audiobook on hold for God Killer. We'll see if it gets better. Like, maybe she'll like get out of this, I don't know, like staccato-ness that she's speaking in. It was just very off-putting at first. I listen to audiobooks at like 2.5 half the time. I like to read along with audiobooks. I've been doing more of like immersive reading. I would say this past year, especially for fantasy books, for me, it can be difficult to just listen to an audiobook for a fantasy. But if I read along and I'm listening to the audiobook on like 2 times speed, or maybe like 2.3, that's usually my max. I find it really immersive and just really, really nice to get into all the little nitty-gritty details. And I find that I remember details of a fantasy book if I do immersive reading more. Like, my issue is I will finish a book and then not remember anything about it besides like the overarching plot and like main points of the story. So I'm trying to improve my recollection skills, and I find that immersive reading really helps me do that. My Thanksgiving was so good. How was yours, Jenny? I ended up cooking. So Ross and I, my fiance and I, don't have family in California, so we ended up just cooking just the 2 of us, but we still do the whole spread. So I made turkey, cornbread stuffing, green bean casserole, sweet potato casserole, rolls, and then like we did like a charcuterie and like appetizers for the morning before we had dinner, and it came out so good. And Ross told me that this was my best turkey that I've made this year, and I was like, that is a compliment, my friend. Thank you so much. So yeah, it was really good. And then after we eat dinner, we decorate our Christmas tree. So we put up our Christmas tree. I still have to we got a bigger tree this year than what we have had in the past. So I do have to get a couple more like ornaments and stuff for it. And I want to this is what I'm thinking. I want to order off of Etsy or like do like small business shopping, and I want to order some of like my favorite games on Nintendo Switch. I want to order some ornaments of like Animal Crossing villager ornaments. I thought that would be so cute. I'm going to try to find a cute Zelda ornament too, because I've been so into Zelda and I can't wait to play Tears of the Kingdom. And maybe get like a cute little Nintendo Switch, like actual like little mini ornament. I think that would be really cute. So I'm super excited, but I have to start ordering stuff because I know like Etsy shops, they're always like, please order like as soon as possible because we want your stuff to be able to come in before Christmas. So I need to do that really soon. Let me know, have y'all put up your trees yet? Have you decorated for Christmas? Or if you celebrate a different holiday, like have you been decorating your house and making it all cozy for the holidays? I can't just listen. I read along because I annotate, but it helps me read better. 100%. I can process the information the best. I completely agree. 62% of Laughing All the Way by Maya Summers. It was good. I tried sweet potatoes. It made me think of sweets. Sweet potato casserole is not my favorite, but my fiance is like, if it's Thanksgiving, I need sweet potato casserole. So I made it for him, and he's going to eat all of the leftovers. I will put Christmas tree tomorrow, and I can't wait. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Zelda ornaments will be the best. I really want to find like some cute Korok ornaments, and if I can find, what's his name? Hetu? Is that his name? Oh my gosh, I forget. But yeah, if I can find like some cute Korok ones, I think that would be cute. We'll see what I can find, but Etsy's usually like really good with niche little like decorations and stuff like that. So we will see. We don't put up the tree until December 7th because December 6th is St. Nicholas Day here, and the kids believe that he won't bring gifts if they already celebrate Santa Claus. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I love that. Wait, I need to look up St. Nicholas Day. That is absolutely adorable. I like to have my Christmas tree up for as long as possible because I think it's so heartbreaking in January when you have to like start taking everything down. And this year I put it up actually really early. I put it up like mid-November because we bought a new tree and a fake tree, and I wanted to take it out of the box and like look at it. So we got our new Christmas tree the last week of October because they were having like a bunch of sales on them. And then I think I held out for about 10 days. So I put up our Christmas tree towards the beginning of November. And I'm not mad about it. Christmas is one of my favorite times of year. A lot of times if I don't annotate, I won't remember, especially if I pause in the middle of a series. I can go back and skip my annotations before picking up the next book. 100%. That's why I want to, I annotated Serpent and the Wings of Night, and I do want to annotate Ashes and the Star-Cursed King. I did start off reading it on my Kindle because I didn't feel like holding up this chunky book. But I was highlighting, and I'm going to go back and like tab and highlight this because Carissa Broadbent hasn't announced when the next books or like duet in the series is coming out, and I feel like they are going to have some connection between all of them. And so I want to be able to, like you said, Eve, like flip through my annotations and be like, oh yeah, like this was what was happening. Because I'm not trying to reread these chunky books. My tree is with lights only, no ornaments yet. Maybe today I want to get gnome ornaments this year. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I have no idea why. I'm not usually a holiday person, though. I do it for the kids. Oh my gosh, gnome ornaments will be so adorable. A Korok tattoo. Hestu. Oh my gosh, I was like, Hetu. I know that's not right. Hestu is, they're all so cute. And a Korok tattoo would be absolutely everything in the whole entire world. I say do it. I will decorate on December 1st. The tree will be going up on the 23rd. Oh my gosh, that's so late. Do you decorate it? And then how long do you keep it up? Just through like Christmas? Our tradition is to put the tree up after eating Thanksgiving dinner. That's what we usually do. But since the tree was already up, then we decorated it after Thanksgiving dinner. And we put up some of our other Christmas decorations. And I was like decorating my bookshelves and stuff. We're putting them up this week and keep it up until January 6th. Yeah, like the first kind of week of January? I feel like putting away Christmas decorations is so sad, but we won't talk about that because we're all just like starting to decorate for Christmas. We usually put the tree up the day before Christmas. the 23rd in Sweden, but if I had a choice, I would put it up on December 13th. Oh my gosh, that's so interesting. I love that. I've also heard, oh gosh, I can't remember what country it is, but it's like a country that's very in like the northernmost part of Europe, where on Christmas Eve they give each other books, and they just spend like Christmas Eve reading the books that they got each other and like having a really cozy time. And I'm like, I want that to be a tradition in our household. We take it off on the 6th of January. It's the day of the Three Kings. Oh my gosh. I love that. That's so cute. Okay. How are we feeling about doing another sprint? And I'm going to try to read more of God Killer this time. I think we'll stick with 35 minutes because that's been working pretty well. Yeah, it's somewhere like in that realm. I can't remember the actual country, but it was so cute. But Iceland sounds correct. That's Iceland. Oh my gosh. I want to experience Christmas in Iceland one day. I decorate as soon as possible because I just love the extra ambient lighting and the cozy decor. 100% agree. Alrighty, we are going to get into our next sprint. We'll stick with 35 minutes. Happy sprinting, happy productivity. Talk to y'all in 35. Hi, friends. How'd we do? Okay, I sped up the audiobook for God Killer a little bit more. I'm listening to it on, I tried 2 times speed, and then I sped it up to 2.5 times speed, and it's actually a lot better. So those of us who were like, oh no, I have the audiobook for for God Killer, it's not as bad when you listen to it on a faster speed. Her like pauses in between words. And I also do feel like she's calmed down with that a little bit from the beginning. So the audiobook is getting better. But I read another, I think like 18 pages. There's so much text on all of these pages, but I'm really, really enjoying it. The characters are so good. How did everyone do with that sprint? I think we might let's do one more sprint. And I think that our next sprint will be the last one. So we'll do a final 35-minute sprint. But how's everyone's books? How many pages did you do? Read about 30 pages of Sharp Ends. Read about 10 pages and started the audio on 1.5. And then I went to eat because I have to leave for work in about an hour and a half. No! Thanks for hanging out though. But an hour and a half. So we'll do one more sprint. Another 41 pages, 35 minutes. Yeah, I feel like it's a good time. I think like the first sprint being a little bit longer at 40 minutes was good because I needed more time just to like get my brain in the reading mood. But 35 is, I think, like the perfect time. It's not too short. 17 pages. That's good, Eve. Why the ... Listen to 10 pages of Ashes because I also showered, but so much is happening already. Oh my gosh. I think for our last sprint, I think I'm going to stick with God Killer, but I'm going to switch back to Ashes a little bit later today because today's just going to be like a really chill day anyways. So I'll have time to read our 40 more pages, Sarah. I'm really liking this book. It's very Grumpy Sunshine. I love a Grumpy Sunshine. Oh my gosh, Daughter of No Worlds. I love that series so much. How are you liking it so far? Are you right at the beginning, like that first 28 pages? I'm not enjoying it because it's a short story collection. I'm not vibing with it. Short story collections are tough because I feel like you can never really get settled into a story because it's constantly like, once you get used to the characters and the plot and the story, you're switching to a new story. So I feel bad. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've read any short story collections this year. Actually, no, that's a lie. I read The Assassin's Blade. But that's the only short story collection book that I've read. Annotating at the same time. That's why it's taking me so long. Yeah, annotating takes like a little bit longer. I found that I do love to annotate while I'm immersive reading. I think, was it Eve who said she was doing that earlier? Eve Reads. Because then like you can still be listening to what's going on in the text while you're like highlighting and making like a little note / annotation. And then it doesn't feel like you're lagging behind or taking too many pauses to like annotate your book. But I love annotating. I think it's so fun. And it's okay if it takes like a little bit longer to read a section because like you're making notes and stuff and making it look cute. Yes, right at the beginning of Daughter of No Worlds. I first heard it from you and I started seeing it everywhere, so I had to start it. Yeah, I feel like Carissa Broadbent is an author who has absolutely blown up, especially in the last year. And so everyone was reading, like I read the entire Daughter of No Worlds, what's it called? War of Lost Hearts series this year. And then I started binge reading in October her Crowns of Nyaxia series, which I'm so excited. Like Carissa Broadbent this year has been one of my favorite authors. And I had never read anything by her before. Let me know if y'all have discovered any favorite authors this year. I feel like this year I discovered Carissa Broadbent. I started reading Brandon Sanderson, but I don't know if he's like a favorite author of mine quite yet. I discovered S.M. Gaither, who I'm really loving. I feel like I've discovered quite a few like really, really strong authors for me this year. Yes, it hits different. It really does. I love it so much. I was never an audiobook girly because I read so much like fantasy, and I feel like if you just listen to a fantasy audiobook, it's really difficult, at least for me, to like absorb all of those details. So immersive reading was a game changer for me because I was only listening to audiobooks when I was reading like a thriller or a romance or like a lit fic or something like that, because then it's, I don't know, my brain, it's easier to understand because you're not like creating a whole new world. It's just like you're learning about the characters and the story and whatever. Immersive reading has been a game changer for me. 100%. You don't fall behind. I totally agree. I'm trying to get back into reading with school and work, and I've had very little time. When I do have time, I get stuck binge watching booktube instead of reading. That's actually facts. No, reading is hard to like get into a good routine, especially when you have like so much going on. But if there's like a certain time of day that always works for you to read, like trying to save a little bit of time before bed to read, but then you end up staying up like half the night if your book is really good. Like it's just hard to get in a routine of reading. I know for me, I used to be a serial before bed reader, and I still kind of am, but now that's when I listen to my audiobooks. I listen to them to fall asleep. And then in the mornings, I really like to read. So I'll get up, I'll sometimes like have my coffee, put on a booktube video and watch like one. Like that's my deal to myself. I'm like, okay, whose do I want to watch? I try to find a shorter one, not one that's like an hour long, unless I get up like early and I have time. But I watch one booktube video and then I start to read, and I try to read for at least like 30 minutes to an hour just to start off my day. And it's so nice. I love it. 21 pages in, listening to music. Do you have a reading playlist, Julie? I discovered most in November, December of last year, like Elsie Silver and Hannah Grace. Oh my gosh, I love Hannah Grace. Oh my gosh, 5 Elsie Silver books. This is your year of Elsie Silver. Like before I started working, I read like 120 books last year. And so far this year, I've only read 37 books. I mainly read at school, and I find it's easiest for me to read time-wise. Yeah, I mean, you just have to find out what works for you. And it's tough because sometimes like you have a reading year where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Like I read so many books this year. It was so great. But then like life changes and life happens, and you have to adjust your like your habits and sometimes like your hobbies. Like things are just taking more time than what they used to. So you have to adjust your hobbies into like other pockets of the day where you can squeeze it in. And it's a tough adjustment for sure. Work this year has definitely been busier for me as well. And so I was like really stressed at some points talking to Ross, and I was like, I feel like bad because I want to keep like reading, and I had like a good routine before that I didn't want to lose. And he's like, but you just can't keep doing that same routine, you know, like it doesn't work for you anymore. Which is sad. But you'll figure it out. Have you seen the cover for Hannah Grace's next? No. Is it not Wildfire? It's like the next book. I have to look it up now. Oh wait, I think I did, and it's following one of my favorite. Is it Daydream? But maybe I'm not thinking of the right one because they're all of like the cartoony, but it's purple. Are you talking about this one? Or is it like a special edition one that you're talking about? I love all of the covers. I think like romance books with their little cartoony covers, even Wildfire is so cute. I love it so much. I need to request the audiobooks for these. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, you don't have a set schedule at work. I don't work the same days. Yeah, that's tough. I'm such like a routine person that like if every week is different, it's really, really difficult. And you have like different things that you have to do every week. Oh my goodness. You'll figure it out. I love the cover for the third book. And Henry, oh my gosh, yes, I cannot wait for Henry. Yes, Daydream. The colors are so pretty. Like I absolutely love, but I love the color palettes of all of them, if I'm honest. So Mansfield, I think the song Natural is good for Dracula, the Dracula book in the series, and vampire books. Well, I am reading Ashes, so I'll have to look it up. I love ambient reading. Like for me, I tend to have to listen to music that doesn't have lyrics in it when I'm reading. But I've been loving how YouTube YouTube creators who make like ambient rooms or like ambient music and stuff like that, they've been tailoring a lot more to the book community. Like I saw so many reading ambiance for Iron Flame when it was coming out, and I was like, that's so nice that they like took the time to know when Iron Flame was coming out and knowing that people were going to want to read and have like an immersive reading experience with an ambience that like matched the mood of that book. And I love it. And I've started to see a lot more for the Akatar series as well. It'll be like ambience of like the city of Valaris. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish that I had that when I was reading Akatar. I think it's so cute. And I love making playlists, book playlists, but on Spotify, I tend to just look up if people like have already made a playlist for a book. Like, I think there was a playlist that was already made when I was reading Icebreaker, and I was like, perfect. And I remember looking up the reading playlist for Magnolia Parks. Both of those did have lyrical music in them, though, so it was like a little bit distracting. But if I wasn't reading the book and I wanted to like feel the vibes of the book, I was listening to those playlists, and I loved them so much. Swings by to Coffee Fi. I think those creators are they have to be, right? Like they totally have to be. And I just love that like ambient rooms are getting more popular. I feel like people really love it. Okay, let's do our last sprint. We will read for 35 minutes. Talk to you in 35. Hi, friends. How was that last sprint? I am actually really loving God Killer. I completely agree with the descriptions that it is similar to The Witcher. It's kind of making me want to like read The Witcher, my next Witcher book after this one, because some of the naming conventions are kind of similar to Witcher. Like there's a city called Leskia, and that just gives like Witcher vibes. So I made it up to page 67 in God Killer. These were so productive, y'all. Thank you so much for joining. Let's see. I have not done ambience reading before. I'm more of a it has to be quiet girl, but you have definitely inspired the ambient vibe, especially Autumn. I love the fireplace ones. I love the fireplace ones. I used to be the same way. Like I needed it to be as close to absolute silence as possible. But like you don't get that very often, you know what I mean? So I think for me, the ambient rooms helped me. I would put on like noise canceling headphones and I would just listen to like a fireplace crackling or like an ambient room, and it really helped me to be able to focus on my books a lot more. And now I feel like I've built up a tolerance to having noise in the background where I can listen to like non-lyrical music, or sometimes even like for some books that do music that does have lyrics. I can read in like a noisy like coffee shop and stuff like that. So I've built up like a tolerance to it. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that you got scared. Read 40 pages. I have so very little left. I will finish it now. 38 pages into the book. It's getting very good. Oh my gosh, 11 p.m. Good night. Thank you so much for joining, Tina. Another 30 pages and some 9 p.m. pancakes cooking. Oh my gosh, yum. Yes, I will see y'all next week. We're doing our Sunday reading sprints, and it's going to be the start of Bookmas, which I'm so excited. Make sure you turn on notifications if you'd like to be notified every time I'm posting a video or when we have sprints. Yay, I'm so glad. Oh my gosh, 60% into Ballad of Never After. Alba, please send me your thoughts on this book. Like, I need to know everything. 21 pages this time. Oh my gosh, thank you all so much for joining. I have so much fun with y'all every single week. 50% into Blood and Steel. Oh my gosh. No reading or relax and took a break because I have more sprints today. Oh my gosh, sprinting queen. Wanted to get a good chunk of the book. Also got to take the dogs out, make dinner. Yeah, life gets in the way. And watch show The Santa Claus. 30 pages. That's amazing. All right, y'all, I'm going to hop off now. Thank you so much for joining. I will see y'all next week. We will have our Sunday reading sprints again. And I hope you have a wonderful week. And it's going to be the start of December, which I'm so excited. Bye, everyone. Take care.